Working. Think it's working. I think it's working right now. Love how John Windows, every time it updates, it just rejects every single audio device I have hooked up to my computer, and then I have to restart a second time, for it to fucking realize. Windows, good operating system, but holy shit. Jesus fucking Christ. No wonder so many people are switching to Linux even though it's fucking Linux. Audio Jungle. Jungle is massive. Okay, where's So remember there was this little area sewer thing.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10 meters from them. A single person stands on the sideline. A cold sea.
The sea breathe.
Jungle is massive. Wicked, wicked. Where is this fucking ruby person? You're reaching the end, by the way. Oh. This is back at the area. What white checks do I have? Dude, why is it so fucking hard to go down? Jesus. Maybe this stream will do it, definitely by the next. Gaming. Then I have to play something else. I forgot. I think it was something that, I think it was something that Stefan told me that he wanted me to play, or it was... Oh no, I know there was something that, Jordan wanted me to play. I forgot what it was. I think he got it for me to play on stream, and I was like, sheesh, okay. I remember. It was Grun. He wanted me to play Grun and Suffer. I also need to finish these two. There's these two other games that I just remembered one day that I never finished, and I was like, okay, I should probably do that at some point as just a one stream. I need to finish. I realized I never finished Fate, or no, not Fate, Faith. And then I never finished Doom 3, and I was near the end of both of those, so I might just do like one stream where I beat both of those. Because I feel bad doing it off stream, even if it's been so long. Guess I have to consult with the wind mural, since I don't know what to do. Me when I talk to the wind.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, "Felled electrical." Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it.
Where'd it
In
go?
through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
Yeah?
She's down there.
Thanks, Queen.
Okay. Why?
Ever since I woke up, even before I've been getting these strange cold
Good,
spells.
good. Yes, cold spells. So basically your hangover is telling you she's down there?
Probably got feeling.
So how do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
The ladder next to the sign.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder fails.
Okay, well, I moused over that before and it was like, no. So cool, I
The
guess.
rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground? And you're 180?
190, I'm a giant. Is about
Not
right.
to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder? Astral projection. Be open-minded about this.
What if I don't climb? What if I just teleport? I'm not ready to do that yet. Ah.
clogged pipe peeks out from beneath the rotting boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the fell building? A building like this must have multiple doors serving various functions. Perhaps a basement access. Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder. The pipe is sleek with rain.
What
As
else?
your eyes adjust, you see some trash. Crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly spray-painted skulls on the right side. And nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe.
We get in the fell building through this
Given
pipe?
that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around.
He means the pipe must be coming from somewhere in the building.
And it's right here, a maintenance door.
It's jammed shut. The subtle approach isn't going to work on this one.
Yeah, I think I can do this.
The metal
Yeah,
beams
I'm kind of that guy, you know, I'm him.
But together with the lieutenant, you manage to slide them open just enough to squeeze in.
Good work. Shall we?
My flashlight? What do you think I am? Some kind of fucking nerd? Yeah, okay. Ooh, wee wee. Oh, hell yeah. Hey, Ryan, there's a lot of loot in here, so look carefully. Also, there's a point where you need to save. It's really important, so just trust, okay? Oh yeah. Cool hat. Oh, there's the thing.
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary? This does look like an embrasure, a slit made for shooting out of. Outside the window, another day. The beach sand soaks up the drizzling rain, growing darker and darker.
Oh hey, my apartment. So true. Average New Yorker. You'll know because the game will tell you. Okay.
It's a great place to hide, certainly. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages.
Can't I come from here?
No one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough.
The lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment, which he glosses over by reasserting control.
Oh.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spiderweb in the lower left corner of the portrait. Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly.
It's Comrade
Yes, I can
Mazov.
see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
I'm gonna blind him. Biden blast. Anyways,
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
We have found a lot
Oh,
of
the
those.
secret stuff.
I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers. Half a
How long?
century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
Seems cozy.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case. You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Time to internalize that one thought. I'm gonna quit being an alcoholic. Then I'm gonna be epic. I wanna see what's in this. I wanna see what's the thing over here. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh. Hello down there, little ant people. You can't shoot. You can't shout at them. I want to shout at them. They could be like, "Whoa! They went in the abandoned building. That's so cool. I think that guy's a responsible human being who isn't an alcoholic." Squish them. Okay, didn't work.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
You feel something?
No. What do you mean?
Hey, and a strange
I
tingling.
don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
Is it? Save now! Okay, fine. Silent 2 voices. Right soul, warn
Looks like
smooth.
our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace, and it will start breaking down, uncontrollably. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
I need to wait. I need to do this dialogue thing first. Oh yeah.
You think we should finish running it now? Maybe you're right. It might not be as useful later.
It's a minor point. Don't worry too much about this. There are bigger fish.
Where do you think things will get?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
I don't know what she knows yet. We should probably find out.
Definitely. I think she knows something about the mercenaries, maybe. And she won't be around if the situation explodes.
You're
I leave
still
that
Joyce.
to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center.
Oh.
You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the art crowd. You hate them. Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And, let's be honest, tax evasion schemes. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is the heart of this unholy symbiosis of aesthetics and tax optimization. And now that you've internalized it, you can have a piece too.
Wow. Maybe that wasn't a good idea, whatever. But it was funny, so it's okay. I already did the cryptozoology thing at least. Yeah, I'm going back. And then I'm gonna do those like 2 things, then I'm gonna come back here. I don't even know if I'm gonna talk to Joyce if I'm being real. I don't really give a shit about anything she has to say. And I do think... I don't think that would be a good idea. I don't know. Seems like it would be a kind of stupid idea to, tell her all this shit. She doesn't seem quite so trustworthy. We're gonna go to the church again, because this game does not know how proper travel-y what's at work.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Find more about the owner?
Yes. I got the mercenary's name and a few biographical details. Are you ready?
The lieutenant
Nice.
leans in to listen, notebook in hand.
Shoot.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Ellis Kortenaer. That's Ellis Kortenaer. Exact date of birth, unknown. He was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit on 28th of February, '09.
Neonatal care
He
unit?
was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived apparently, and was assigned to a foster family at 2. This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the Eastbrand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Oranese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the Seminese conflict.
Oh.
Then the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of its other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol.
Not a leaf compactor?
It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes. It's a detail the hospital had, the only detail in these files. So I thought it would be good for you to know.
It is. Thank you, Alice.
Any information about foster
None,
parents?
officer. Sorry.
Oh, we have to connect this Gremlin's the armor.
And that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory. Thank you, Alice. Great work.
No problem, Lieutenant.
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
We have his name search record now.
This is very good. Ellis Kortenaer.
Sometimes police work is about human dignity, about giving back names to anonymous victims.
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. Did you have any other questions?
I'm done.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering.
Okay, I'm gonna go talk to the lady about who that guy was. Called.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
No, she won't say shit. Okay. I can't say shit to her. That's what I mean. That's why I don't want to harass her any further. And then I don't think that's anything. I don't think there's anything else I want to do because I just don't really want to talk to Joyce about this. I feel like that's just not gonna help. I'm thinking. Love not being able to scroll. Oh, here we go. Warded door, don't know what that's about. Don't remember what that's about. That's asking her out, I think. Church doors, don't know what that's about. Guard door. Oh, I already did those. Yeah, I'd have to level physical instrument for Egghead. No, I can't. I can't do that. Never mind. I can't do the Egghead thing. Yeah, I think that's it. I honestly don't think there's anything else I can, like, do. I guess I'll just get this over with. I'm just gonna save here. I want to see if I walk over there, maybe I have the the elephant of surprise. Ah! Surprise elephant!
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive
Oh.
noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
Cover ear.
Buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
You're under arrest.
Hey now, check this out.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
You gonna
No,
kill me too?
I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field. A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it.
What the fuck is the pale?
Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
What's this pale anyway?
Pale? It's the end of the world.
What? Have you experienced it yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
How'd you get your hands on this thing?
Myself.
And she's proud of it too. As she ought to be. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah, way beyond.
Will I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
Yeah! Oh. Yeah! Yeah, I understand what he's saying. Never mind. I just want to hear this fucking sound design. Oh, okay. What about the man who was killed?
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not the cops. And of herself merely as prey.
Please turn it so I can ask you
Got
something.
something really important to say. You can do it through the white noise.
Looking for a deal on mattress.
This ain't your granny's rock station. Down, down, down. Fuck.
Turn this.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She's carrying a 2-barreled front loader. Remain careful. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe. Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
How'd you know we were
I
coming?
heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
Behind bullets under floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
Didn't rat you out, by the way.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find to my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
Preparing for the
I
worst?
was, before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Did you shoot Laylee?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
Professor was the first.
Oh, I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Took some convincing.
Fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Keep asking questions.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Did you leave any flowers for Classic on the roof?
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
Professor was
I never
mourning.
did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too.
Didn't leave any Maybells.
No, I did not.
Really a
I
likable
didn't
person?
like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
You have protected the
Yeah,
Union?
sure. And I didn't like wild pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate him, okay?
I'm listening.
Have an alibi?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me.
There were 10 minutes they couldn't
You
account
mean
for.
the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time. Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Play pinball much?
No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardun. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why?
There's pretty mysterious pinball machines and pretty mysterious rooms in the Whirling.
Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries.
What kind of mysteries interest you then?
Don't know it, but also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
You like to hang out on rooftops?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
What's great about the
It's very
antenna?
powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
You're listening to Cum Radio.
Fucking okay.
The view's pretty bomb too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
Yes,
I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
This ain't your papa's Cum Radio.
And
Okay. Where'd you get it?
gun store, trigger
Gun
happy
store.
jacks.
That's not like a
What do you
real
think?
store.
That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
It's front load. Do you have another gun
Sure
somewhere?
don't.
The breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
What kind of gun is it?
Ninth way 80 front loader. 2 barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
So I just want
Yeah.
to ask you about.
Evidence.
Take
Yeah?
it back. Yeah.
Where?
I wonder if it wasn't
How
you.
should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal, a leader with no one to lead. She still wants to retain some control of the situation.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasha comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Does she also seem high?
Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before.
You do something wrong immediately.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Wait a minute, come with the plan so
What?
quickly.
No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
Glacia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
Yeah,
That's bad.
I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
You killed Lily
As
yourself?
I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
You didn't kill him, why
I
hide?
saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
What do you mean?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble fucking hell? And why me? You hear through. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
No one says that.
Oh, yes, they do. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
I don't know who the mother
Right.
is.
Sure, you don't know.
We're supposed to know, but I lost my memory recently.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this madre anyway?
You know what I did. I fucked him over. And now I have hairy can opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
Anyone with me when I came into town?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
I was in the squad.
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
Okay, what else can you tell me?
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right?
No idea who these people are. Literally. Satellite Officer Vicmere looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Miller. We can either take a room here in the whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
Doesn't ring any bells.
This has been a great talk, really. But I think I'm going to hit the road now.
Do I try to destroy the compressor? Oh, about the bunker.
What bunker?
There's a bunker back
Know
there.
anything about it? No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
You feel something in your chest.
Oh.
An unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm. Your jaw.
Guessing this is bad.
Very bad.
Better
All you
unconscious.
feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see her face. Like you always thought you would. You only see pain and fear. Cop suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM
Oh.
passed away
I think
yesterday.
this is the second time I died.
His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met. Captain Ptolemy Price, the deceased superior officer, commented, "That ain't easy on the ticker." He loved his liquor, sure, said Detective Chester McLean, friend and colleague. But I think before he ever had a heart attack, his heart was broken. According to an official statement given by the RCM, the officer was on the brink of solving a murder case.
God damn it. Ask too many questions. I am not used to having a limit on how many questions I ask. Also, I did heal. Buy more somewhere. It's whatever. I'd finished my questioning.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. It's like,
I know you can't say.
as she says the word, officer, no, don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job.
Really now? Check this.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploding.
Okay, too.
I'm using a pale signal so precise at the up. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It's no. I built it.
And she...
That's it.
Oh yeah. The pale? It's the end of the world. Yeah.
So she thinks of you as hunters.
If you've got... Goddamn fine.
She's... Well, there's only 3. Be careful when you make your move.
I heard you in the passages. So you...
Her tone is bitter.
I was.
That's her admitting.
No. Who ratted me out, by the way? Oh. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Oh, fuck.
A dumb.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by? Like...
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenary. Yeah, sure.
She didn't hate.
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you. You mean the length of a toilet break? Wow. Now I'm... No, why? Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries. Don't know it. The shot could...
She has a...
And? The gun trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? Sure don't.
The breech load?
No.
This is such a white.
A knocked away 80 front loader. 2... Yeah. Evidence. No. Gifts of... I never did understand why, when someone died. No, I did not. Who doesn't? The view's pretty bomb, too. It's very... Yes, I'm sure. And anyway... Yeah? Where? How should I...
Those...
Who hasn't? He was still warm.
She's
It's okay.
All right, don't... She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. No, she asked...
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? Yeah, she...
Glacia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm.
Yeah, as I keep...
But
War?
She doesn't...
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. I saw you... Yes.
Through the fucking hits especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jamrock.
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Right. Sure. You don't know. Yeah, sure.
She does...
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain. You know what I...
Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town.
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. One of the guys... That sound about...
No, I'm satellite off. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly.
Well, this has been a great talk, really.
Okay, fuck you.
But I think I'm going to hit the road now.
He's just looking at me do this.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
You okay, Kim?
all good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
You should know the words to say. Because you've misread this. A smirk crosses her face.
God damn it.
She watches you stand there, mute. Then...
Of
she
course,
lets
I
go.
fail the
She
fucking easier
shakes her
thing.
head and pulls the trigger. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
Fuck.
Get a hold of yourself. He needs your support now, too.
We
Okay,
can.
what would you know?
It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. That tent there.
You can go back. What is this?
The plain red tent stands by it. You see a rolled up sleeping.
We should put her in the sleeping bag, so the rats don't get to her.
The lieutenant nods. There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, and half-read magazines. Magazines? You should look through them. Assorted
Magazines.
soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine. It's a leather notebook.
Notebook.
Pocket the worn brown leather journal.
Your first playthrough? Yes, hi.
She watches by, motionless.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around. In their back.
Excuse me.
It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller.
This game will stick around for a bit. Cool, thank you.
Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers. She had good taste and must have taken what she recorded here seriously. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large
Study.
cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins.
Look
It's a
through.
mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly.
Logistics.
It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Professionalism is his coping mechanism. Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. The way some of those question marks trail off into ellipsis. She was going through a tough time. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
Far back.
First entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
What did she
Nothing on
write?
March 4th. March 5th, though. Well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely.
Maybe because you're gonna get the chance. I'm interested in the run you have.
She is
Okay.
referring to betraying a previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense? isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th. Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching, but also, I feel it in my gut, to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Things played out just as she had feared, except you didn't shoot her.
Don't do something like
Maybe it's
that.
the old you. Or maybe she was just paranoid. No, not even the old you. No you would do that. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. That must have been one hell of a conversation.
Most recent entry.
The most recent entry is from today. It reads,
I think I see my best late brain very slow. Sure, one moment. Ooh. Mostly I've been putting points into shit that I need to do white checks. That's why I always have like a skill point in my pocket. Be it.
even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
But yeah, I forgot why I have high conceptualization. I think it was to do with white checks and just I started with high conceptualization. I can't remember. I started this run ages ago.
I don't think she killed a mercenary. It looks like she might have been framed.
This whole thing was a detour, and a fatal one, he thinks. Don't get emotional.
By
What do you
the
mean?
Hardy Boys? By Classier? By us?
Am I a puta madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
Who is that?
The head of a major Jamrock gang, specializing in drug production and trafficking. A very bad person.
He's not 100% sure you're not indebted to this very, very bad person.
Who do you think killed the
Could
merc?
have been Titus. Then again,
No one heard the shot.
maybe there's a Hardy Boy we've yet to meet who acted as his accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him.
For the art thing on the wall, I know I did do that. I put a funny stick man on the wall, I think. You picture starting perk and added it to make the mural near the bookstore. Yeah.
One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Money! Oh. Oh no, wait, yeah. Okay. Uh. Where's this church so that I can teleport? Okay. Okay. What? Hello? Can I please teleport? Okay, I guess I'm not teleporting. Can't. You'll see. I guess so. Oh no, wait, no, not. There we go. Heal, by the way. Thank you, I forgot. They're gonna get near the motel. Okay.
Stop. Now. It is time.
For what?
Crisis. Death. You can feel it in your blue soul.
What am I supposed to do?
Make sure you have your pepper box in your hand. Your fingers reflexively reach for the Villiers 9mm pistol in your pocket.
Oh, my
It
bare
would
hands
be
if I have
better
to.
If you didn't have to. It's not just your own life.
Okay, fine. Oh, fucking. Think I'm right-handed? I'm assuming I'm right-handed.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm.
Your hand recognizes
reminds
it.
you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago. Sheathe your sidearm, officer. A serious law official, cop by the book, should know to only unholster their service weapon when using it is unavoidable.
Okay, fucking. I'm putting it back! Fine!
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
Oh.
This is the scab leader. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
Dangerous.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just
At least he's saved.
and forget all about this.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck. There are 3 of them. I was hoping there would be less.
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
My
We do.
plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene. No, we have to step in.
Damn it.
This is not going to end well if we don't.
Okay.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit.
Pig, fuck!
No one needs to die here today.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. You feel your fists contract as you stand there between these men, all carrying real weapons. No, it's okay. Soften him up and trust the others to attack if it comes to that. Make him talk. Present an argument. I'm barely keeping you together here. This is it. If you talk to him, he will rattle you, not the other way around. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that. Please.
Yeah?
And do it.
Who did that?
Time. You had time to fuck around in that church. Chase some dumb drug trader. I saw you.
Time is up, Loincloth. Give me a name. Now!
Oh, so I was not here now.
Fucking convenient.
Shot from a great distance. A sniper did it. Throw Gart under the bus. From a great distance.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now? Huh? How about the kid? Tell me. The magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said, we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
And he was shot, he wasn't hanged.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver, 8 rounds in the barrel. The gun slowly sways in his hand from the inebriation.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
There was only a cover. Listen.
Fucking liars.
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
Not true. He purposefully over-aimed and shot the window. You had him second-guessing himself, only for a second. Do not assume he will miss the next time.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot. Alright, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenner would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Gulp and say nothing. I don't give you the right to conduct a tribunal.
You have no idea about the rights Crenell extends to us.
What are they then?
If I fuck and kill you, hang you to that streetlight by your shit pipes, then that's called a necessary display of force. No one's going to give a shit about dead loincloths. That's reality.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something.
Where's Glacier?
Who the fuck is that?
Glacier, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left!
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
What do you mean she left?
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
We're gonna prove
You
this.
think I care what that company cunt thinks?
I was not going to favor massacring a bunch of innocent
The man
people.
stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's
Fucking waste this fuck!
Oops.
a small explosion starts the bullet from the chamber. With a puff of smoke in it, like dice, the kinetic energy of the 9mm.
Go ahead! Give it another try.
Do anything?
Quit. Primitive. Take me out. Kill him.
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you.
Where's Kim?
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take. You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens, focusing on you. 0.4 seconds remain. There are 6 little black dots in the tip of the barrel, like a honeycomb. This is a knock cannon. It shoots 6 rounds in one pull of the trigger. Absolute destruction. Is there anything we could use to protect this frail body? That gun will tear us to pieces. He's drunk. Drunk fighters overcorrect. Move right, he aims further right. Get him to overshoot. The shot rings as you stumble. Something violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards with incredible a volcano of burning.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot.
He can't shoot.
Then, 2 shots ring and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see who got hit. Blood
the rifleman?
gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back. disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant. The helmet looks like the face of an ancient god of war. Crying blood. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh,
Geezers.
God, watch out. You see 2 cold eyes looking at you through all the smoke and panic, and a pistol raised, aiming at your chest, point blank. Then the man squeezes the trigger.
Look him in the eye.
Of happiness. His eyes seem unnaturally bright, shining like stars. Something in the fear must distort him somehow. He is evil, and the end. Here it comes. Death.
Well.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
Yeah.
Stay with
Why
me.
is it?
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him, a shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands.
No.
No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips, your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a roar of pain, a death scream. The sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The hulking figure, too, is gone. And so is Kim. And the whole world.
This is
Wacky.
death. One more door, baby. One more door.
Will be a ghost now?
Brother, you already were a ghost. Up there screaming along with all of them. Scaring each other. Haunting each other. It's the living who are ghosts. The dead are silent. They don't rattle windows or write letters in blood. The living
It's time for your bedtime.
leave them behind.
Okay. I'm back to the fight.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his won't sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
The engine of a caprice Kinema.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
Life gets hard, but we go on. You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
I'm alive.
Parabellum.
The room was
Mr.
clean.
Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days,
Up and out.
in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
What happened?
What happened? You shot the major, and successfully. A firefight ensued. As
Happened then?
retaliation, the rifleman shot you. He hit. With his carabine. I was looking for a clear line of sight. When I found it,
He sounds a tiny bit sorry he did not find it before you got hit.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in the hospital yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name, they are all that's left.
One moment. My mother wanted to ask me a question.
Yes, you were bleeding out. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I was able to disarm the major before he got a jump on me.
Thank you. Although
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened. Yes. He's in a private hospital across the river. Crenel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured. We won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some damage.
My casualties on the unit side total.
Glenn, Theo, Shanky, Angus, the fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Titus. All. Yes.
A disaster.
7 people are dead. It's not a success.
Plus 1.
Okay.
Ruby.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The mercenary tribunal is neutralized. The worst scenario has not materialized yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies.
It's
Ouch.
not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Damn, you literally got everyone killed.
Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still under the counter bad.
How bad am I hurt?
Officer. You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The bullet passed through your shoulder blade, luckily missing your lung and heart. The second shot hit you in the thigh, the left quadriceps. No major arteries were nicked, but the bullet had to be removed. Bacterial infection was treated with mercurochrome.
Can I
We
walk?
will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho locomotor.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Easy now. How are you?
Very bad,
The
Kim.
lieutenant doesn't reply, just looks at you teetering on your feet.
What happens
I
now?
honestly don't know. We can't talk to Everard. The
Either.
harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too. We never got to know what she would have told us. I'm sure it was important.
Our presence was enough.
Joyce Messier, on the boat, you know? She could have helped us. It's clear the mercenaries were working for Wild Pines. At least partially. It's a little late to elicit her support now. Ruby's gone, and Class here too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
We killed the
I
hangman.
don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone.
That one.
Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
Flowers. Just want to remember.
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
He's wrong.
No, every pursuit car is connected to the
Okay.
case.
I don't know. That's been there for years.
Footprints.
Yes, God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable. We should go
Resistance.
upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
Oh
We
my.
could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
If fucking useless.
No need to be melodramatic.
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
That was
It
hard.
really is very hard.
I ready to give up, are you?
Are you ready to limp?
Ready.
Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics.
Why not?
What's your room?
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Oh, I might. That was weird. Just running by default.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift.
Oh,
It's hardly so.
You look at her rough, jagged handwriting on the note. She was in a rush, but not panicked. Deliberate. Focused.
Mm-hmm. This could have been dice room. Don't forget the soy face.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
Where's the lead?
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof, B triple prime, the island in the bay.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
Runes on as like so I could see for it. Saw through a coin-operated viewer.
I remember.
This is the only point of orange we haven't rolled out yet.
For a second he seems tired.
Need to go to the island.
The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
What else is there?
No.
Let's go to the fucking island. I'm going to the island. Are you in?
Of course, of course. I'm in.
I've just found a French person in my game and I'm having a considerably worse time right now. Okay.
How do we get there? Joyce Messier had her sloop, but she's gone.
The nutpicker, she's tarring her boat.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
I can't teleport. Can I teleport if I stand out here? Hell yeah. Hello. I'd like your help with an investigation.
What happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible.
You're not limping. You're you. She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
I was shot in the foot. It's pretty badass. You would have liked it.
I don't really exist. People hurt me.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
Just found. Oh, I read that. This is the end, by the way. So we need to finish this stream. Oh no, I was planning on it when you said I would be.
There was
yeah.
an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
I have a question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
That's my motor carriage in the sea, by the way.
That would be so fucking perfect. Okay, anyway, we need to go to the island.
Problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Can I borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat. No joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
What if I were on a rock?
Crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Dang you. It's probably be not running.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
Yes.
Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts?
No, but there's nothing I can do about it.
Remember what the nitpicker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Time to go to the island. Of course I'm standing on it like that.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last
Man, this boat's slow as shit, dude. What the fuck? I could get there faster by swimming. What the hell?
Damn, who took that bird's FPS? Holy shit.
Want to be
I just realized that person said sleep time, and they meant like not my character sleeping, but like dying, but like they were going, and I did not process that information until now. Bye, person.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. Let's go.
Yeah.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
What's the ICM?
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army, the black and white army of the Revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
Sounds like RCM.
It does. The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May?
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
This is better preserved than the others. You can still read the sign.
A white star.
An upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune.
There's spec stars too.
That's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
So doing here.
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Oh, we're on the second floor. Careful. No. Oh.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
The lead.
Downstairs, somewhere?
On generator.
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
Tap.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
Is it generator here?
I'm not a philosopher.
That is his idea of a joke.
Kick the generator. The generator proves the universe is material. Why is it
Someone
here?
with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Uh-huh.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How
A
recently?
flash of pain interrupts you, making you wince instead of letting the words out.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
No time for rest now.
Anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
Very fine, I'll sleep.
The offer still stands.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour, maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Sleep.
Okay, anyways. No, up. How made me leave? Can I not leave? Am I trapped here forever and ever? Oh. Is that true? Yeah.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare
I guess I died in my sleep.
turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Off to advise the Queen of Shest, most likely. This is the Holy Suzerain of Mwindi and Insulinda. Definitely not your wife. You need to talk to her. Think of the historical knowledge you could glean. I don't know, man. What is the Holy Suzerain doing here? Very off. Just let her go. Listen to me for once.
Something's off.
I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
Okay,
It's
bye.
what you want to say, but you don't. Hammers clang in the distance. Children laugh. The light from the video rental casts shadows on the ground. She turns her face and it's illuminated by it.
The Inland Empire plan is in motion. What?
I can't help you. I'm totally useless. Everything I've said is lies. I want the exact same bad things you want. To stand here like a pillar of salt, saying,
Where are you going?
To Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime. Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically.
Ah, drop my pen!
Come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
Dying in a ruined plaque tower, blood dripping down my chest.
Harry. You have to take care of yourself. You're not a young man anymore. If you keep going like this, you'll...
this is everything I always warned you about.
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Are you wearing one?
This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder, silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind, wraps around her holy body.
Anyway.
Is what you want to say the light? I can't help you. I'm totally useless.
No, Harry. It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into.
You.
Answer. There's that expression again. You have to say something.
The poetry thing is not going to help. It's only going to make things worse.
Huh?
I really have to go. I don't even know how you got here.
I'm sorry. I'm foam. All I can do is foam. It's meaningless. Is what you wear? There's water all around. She turns her face, and it's illuminated by the sign of the video rental. Red and cyan. I can't help you. I'm totally useless.
Okay.
Everything I've said is... She sighs and looks over her shoulder.
No,
Epic holder.
No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome.
Ow.
I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
So you're not really Dolores
I don't know
Day.
what you mean. Dolores Day?
Where'd your voice on the phone?
Harry, you shouldn't have done that.
Do
Call
what?
me like that.
With my
They
hand.
shouldn't have. They really shouldn't. I was in Morova already. Safe. In the warmth of the night. Wrapped in my future love. There, I think of you less and less. Whole weeks go by without me remembering you. Months already. Soon it will be years without the hurt. I sit there in Morova, in the holy gratitude of my bliss. I put my hand on my belly and smile.
The air gets cold around you. She looks down on her stomach, then up at you. Her eyes are full of tremendous distance and mystery. The death blow is coming.
Your name?
It's Dora. That's what the voice said on the phone.
Where's for Dolores?
Yes, Dora Dubois.
That's what I think of Dolores Day.
Why what?
Are you Dora
Oh,
Dubois?
no. We're not doing that again.
That was not the death blow yet. You saved yourself. For now. Keep stumbling around and it will happen.
In the morning.
I don't understand.
More I'm grieving. Not even dead.
Oh my God, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn. Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
Alright, there goes
I'm
such
glad
pleasure.
too, but I have to go.
Yeah.
My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
What? She does not look back. Instead, eyes her fingernails. They're bitten frayed. The evening wind blows in. The gown wraps around her like a white flag. 1,000 times you've beaten animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you, centered you, made you sane. In your mind, you could still climb inside her bed. Still the only man.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists. No, don't say it. Don't beg. It will only make her go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
Oh, that threw me off. Okay.
No, you don't. You're just being a martyr. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Mm-hmm.
I won't see you, but you will see me.
How can that be?
Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
I'll see you again
right
then.
Here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. and young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time, so long ago.
Intolerably bad.
This is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Oh, so I'm not dead yet. Ugh.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
Just spit out the blood and get back to work. You're badass like that. Actually, it was total annihilation, Kim.
I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
No, ex-wife dream.
The lieutenant nods solemnly. I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
Spit out the blood.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
Okay.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
Another part
Other
of the
side.
island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
Are we
Maybe
open it?
this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
I
That
see
one,
there's
big
a
one.
console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
On
The
fingers
keys
across
rattle
keyboard.
like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
The
What you
console is
said.
an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
What black door?
Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
The boat engine.
My kinema. I don't want to do that. Let's just look around.
The console stands by.
Oh, I can go up there?
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Look through the hole.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
Left.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
Right.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
Between.
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
There it is.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
It's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see the roof.
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
I can make the shot.
I think we have it, detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Finally.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
Don't
beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it.
Could he still be
Where?
here? And
I
Martinez.
have always assumed it's someone local. We should move now.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Well,
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Mortieri. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Druan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tio Mortieri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
The same brand of cigarettes extinguished in Land's End.
Could be a coincidence. Or the same person has visited Land's End and here. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot. Yes?
Damn, I wanted to tell him we're being watched. No, fucking. Nope. There, fuck. Oh wait, no, I need to put the thing in the generator, right? Oh, I didn't see this. Huh. I didn't see this either.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Not that you can tell. This is a
God
digest
damn
of
it.
someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes. Fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor. Maybe
Nothing?
it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say. The print in some of these is pretty small, though. This person has good eyesight.
Bruh.
This old cylindrical... The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Fucking. What was that song? Something by Too Mellow, I know that. It might have been from the sequel album to Memories of Tokyo To. God. It's in my brain somewhere.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
After you. So did I.
Huh.
Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
We're gonna
Don't
do another
worry,
shot.
I have a gun.
I also
know,
have a gun.
It was not easy to acquire.
Okay, let's go. Just gonna do this time. Actually, that seems better. No, don't fucking do that. Oh my god! The flowers in question. Oh, hello.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Change your
My
eyesight.
Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
How do you
It's
got there?
not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
The Bill of
It's a
Magritte?
3 Angong 446.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the ball.
I'd say true to me too.
Yes. I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand? No. Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Oh.
He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
What'd you
The
say?
future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present?
The present to be afraid and cold.
Those words.
Real music. It's La Revacholière, you shit-licking bougie dog. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
You need to address that remark.
A shit looking bougie dog. I would have the police officer just doing his
The
job.
job of a bougie dog.
This liver.
It is the anthem of the world revolution. One of 3. In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was some Samaran shit, I guess.
How does it go?
How did it go? Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
He waves erratically with his hand, annoyed that he can't remember. A little tremor passes through him. It was dear to him. He resents forgetting it.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism.
Oh my fucking god! He just saw this guy in the window with the fucking armor and was like, "Oh, that's a fucking bourgeoisie motherfucker," and then took his head off.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Been on this island for 43 years.
I've been on other islands too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then
Not
I
so
was in
fast, son.
48, a nameless sound until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
So you deserve your
I was
unit?
just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
That's a faith.
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took for reaction to take hold.
Reaction.
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
Right.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic!
The divine might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring. Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
In what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human.
What did they say?
Now is not the time, Lieutenant Yefreto.
I had to. I had to fight it. I could not stop anymore.
Have you survived all this
How
time?
does anyone survive? I steal supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
We also have Druamine.
What's up, Dramamine?
I have been running out of that stuff.
Maybe look over we could do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
Maybe cope mentally.
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
I also have holes in my brain.
No wonder. All your minds are rotting from the radio waves. I watched the traitors of this city turn the lights back on. More and more each year. Ruins glittering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
You can still do stuff all these
It was
years.
hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How do you get between here and the mainland?
I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
Why don't you?
don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Delma Graves, right?
There's beyond
I
use.
know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
Where the Fell building have
The
stayed there?
propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed
A
himself.
lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
You smoke that cigarettes? Ever smoked them on the mainland?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
The old man looks across the water at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
She said this termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
Here's how to help. She goes like to are you going to a Mazovian revolution? Just try to help people.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
You never signed the Australian instrument.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Honorable.
Honor is a feudal atavism. My motive is class.
So you're a common soldier?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
Understood.
Like you belong to the Moralist Party.
What is this place?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
Genitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
Entertainer restaurant.
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
Murderers.
You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis. The black-eyed angel.
Shaitan Ahura, the darkened one.
Mm-hmm. Every
43 years and 10 months.
Dead fast.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
Give up.
He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing. still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting. For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
Is there a possibility?
No.
Eh.
The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
So that's why he's the deserter.
What can I do?
I have another serious question for
There's
you.
nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
Pick up the gun.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times. The rifle is in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
Warren.
Yep.
Personalized even. Looks like this weapon has seen a lot of use, hasn't it, sir?
No response from the old man. The plastic cape around his
Jacketed. Military-grade ammunition. Stable in flight. Good for hitting something that's very, very far away.
As he speaks, he stresses every word. He's liking this.
Rifles been hatched several times.
How old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him. The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession in time.
You've been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Oh!
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first.
Yep.
Who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Where's the ceramic armor?
Yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
What am I forgetting?
Here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof. There
Oh,
were
yes.
Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Thank you, thank you.
Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul.
Mel's behind the victim's window.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
In the only here.
They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May before they ruined it. The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
Oh, is her around her window?
Classier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
Heard her name, had you?
My ears don't reach the city.
You know, right? That intimate relationship with the
With
victim.
the victim.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
Burn boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Torres.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Sensory. You see their V-shaped logo, but can't make out the size. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned souls you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Maybe simpler than that.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Changing shoes doesn't mean you weren't there in the room the victim died in.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
Done the ballistics.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dras. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascies for fascists. Done his part. Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope.
The scope.
Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is. Find it yourself. It's your problem now.
He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on.
So you killed him?
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
Leave no stone unturned. Get him on what matters most.
How going?
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You
Liberals!
imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Got it.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
Like a marionette on some invisible string.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
I wouldn't say that he's a... But he probably did at some point in his life, honestly. Not in this scenario, but he probably did, honestly. Killer.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him?
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her. Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own, and so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Or are you looking at them at night?
Always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Yes. Think of it
I
as a
fucking...
form of...
Not so fast, son. Fuck you. I told you. I fucking told you. I told... He literally just was like, oh, I don't like that guy. You did not like that I called that shit immediately.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You've got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
What do you not like?
Fucking. I didn't like that.
You're jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore.
Ah. Not surprised not that he didn't kill him, but what his motives are. Don't care. Bin Ban won. Jack, nothing. Ever. I win. All the time.
For him to stop reacting to stimuli, to be broken off from the world, cordoned into darkness.
And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing.
Wrong eye on the press. You ain't shit, sonny boy. Yeah, what press? Bitch, they haven't released a single thing in the past, like, 3 years. Get out of here. The press don't got you anymore.
That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on.
Lamau is busy. Don't care.
You can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did. The caliber of bullet he used does not do that kind of damage.
Oh, you were watching her.
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking.
Is he
in the
becoming a
reeds
learned
early
man?
in the morning.
Imagine
Behind the
learning.
old building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then. Just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the fell building on the coast. What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it.
Twitch, he's talking about he's talking about smokes. He's talking about, like, cigarettes. He's not, is it like smoking? Don't ban me.
She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
That, too.
How could you see what she looked like? You said it was dark.
The sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more.
Like cigarettes, like cigarettes, like cigarettes.
Right there. She needed it just to move. Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
What the fuck is the Pale?
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
Sorry, name of the pilot boat before you recognize
It
it.
didn't say Clausia in there.
What did it say?
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo. I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bag arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises, you can't make that out in a scope.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
As you know, minor details.
It quickly comes to you.
There a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Around the roof?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
Even a secret route.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that too.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
Yeah, feelings for the woman?
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
So I left dried flowers up behind your window? Why
I
then?
don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes. The day after I killed him.
Brother Maypels?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
It's as if something put the thought there to leave the flowers.
I'm taking solar.
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
The conclusion it was about him, it was about her.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
Maybe she was here first. She figured out someone was watching her from the Seafort.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years?
Anything else you haven't liked?
Tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put of hatred.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How
Because
come?
of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez.
Yeah.
It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins.
I've met a lot of racists there.
Pump full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it. Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Anything more?
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals, like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
Okay, you do not insult those motherfuckers. They are trying to make music and drugs. But I was trying to steer them in the direction of the music.
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt Frisell is now dead.
I have questions about this.
We did good when we pushed him under the horse car, until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating.
Disco whores? I already know about the statue. Grenade?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor.
I don't know about that.
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one. Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
Like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think. No, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Rene. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him there lately. Must be down with arthritis. Old cunt.
Momentarily, he's worried for him. He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You tried to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Ever,
That
Claire?
deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Doesn't he run the Union?
That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on.
Talk to Edgar.
First against the wall with him.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to.
You kill your university for the Clares?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them, but he's insinuating something.
What about the Statue of Rights?
Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination.
Abomination?
The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments.
Cocainer. Jesse, we need to snort all the leftover cocaine or we didn't sell it all.
Okay, Mr. White, I've been preparing for this. Okay, sorry, I completely was not paying attention.
That is technically possible, although Philippe III was not actually syphilitic. He was just mad.
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues, too. Hundreds of them. What
Still
a keen
there.
remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
King is holy and his statues are indestructible.
That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest, working-class plastic explosives. And there it is again. Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata.
I don't know about that.
It suddenly strikes you. Perhaps it was not as it seemed.
Catching the moment of the explosion.
What are you talking about?
No memento to Philip III anymore. It's a memento to the monument of Philippe. They're exploding.
What is this madness?
The lieutenant, too, has cocked his head and is looking at you with a strange expression.
It's not madness. It's a monument to what you did, to your program of destatuing Revshal.
So you're saying it's a communist monument now?
Not only.
Yes, and furthermore, the design bureau people were probably left-wing too. They often are.
We did always have the prettiest posters. Maybe you're right. That is how dialectics work. But understand this, art is still a bourgeois institution. And they all should still be sent to Yekokata.
I don't know about that, could we not?
Don't be squeamish. It is commonplace to relocate the workforce as the need arises. All nations do it. It's called settlement. Some kind of bourgeois.
God, he really is the worst kind of leftist. Yeah, okay. No fun allowed.
The fat union man let them put it there. Corrupt as he is. Probably got a fat check for it too. Shared with the law.
Accusations of corruption. Push them aside with a sharp change of topic, officer. Put the heat on him.
Now, watch me fail this.
The connection.
Oh, okay. Thank God.
Like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
They didn't run the union yet, did they?
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
Who did?
Bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
He just
Called
disappeared.
in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
That's on. The call was. Why is that,
She
Mr.
couldn't
Dross?
make the call herself.
Here it is. The bend in the river.
Because
Why?
she was dead.
Just say nothing.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled? Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target. She was going home. Waddling. Dressed in yellow. Drunk like she often was. The ruins are black around her. And she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal. Heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her, and the ruins.
You killed her?
Someone did. Or maybe the cow just fell. The past is blurry. All I know is nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising, just words. The Union fizzled, sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk. We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. We were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state? Goat shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything. I
You
saw
did do it.
happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
Now.
It's all gone.
Assessing. Oh wait. Analyze.
What strikes you
Fuck
about
yeah.
the gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild, indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
By what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system.
Dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile. Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
You're in some kind of psychoactive
No.
substance?
I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
You said you take painkillers.
I take them to cope with pain. The people of this city use painkillers because they have pain. Untreated illnesses, not enough money for a greedy doctor.
He is indeed very lucid at times. It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
You're on amphetamines?
Like some kind of decadent rock star. No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled.
But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel.
Where did I say I would be taken to?
And must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you?
But...
He's afraid.
I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
There it is again.
Fuck yeah!
To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it, something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very
Goddamn you
small
lucky bitch.
violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Josh, Cam, do you hear that?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
Is that the fucking Insulindian Phasmid? Holy shit. What?
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds.
Huh?
Limb.
What?
Just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
You caused the deaths of 9 people in this backwater, but hey, you found the bug! Holy shit, what is that?
What are you talking about?
Giant stick insect.
Nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 inches tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand rise instinctively.
There is, I see it.
What you see, damn it.
Kim, can you see it?
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
Oh my god, leave the demented war relic. You've got bigger bugs to fry. I'm not frying this bug, he's beautiful.
The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch. You smell.
This is a new Phasmid.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open extremely carefully. It's the camera.
You won't scare it off?
The photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the Phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
One of those fools who didn't take a picture.
He's letting his pride get in the way. You see the Phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out.
Head pheromone.
Motions are quick, sudden.
Head pheromone, I can approach
I
it.
don't think the pheromone will do anything.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly. The creature tilts its tiny head to the side and appears to look at you. It is incredibly light. There is a sadness in there. Or is it in you? From the dream. It's still with you. The pitiful hey you told her. Even now.
Don't fuck this up, please. Yes!
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the Phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Your luck only appears in the most useless places. Literally, in the beginning of the game, I fucking roundhouse kicked the racist. Lives depend on your rolls, Snake Eye. So true.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you.
Touch the bug, full house.
Suddenly, there is silence. As you
His
do,
other hand.
the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you, praying to you.
Pray to me, I'm
creature
nothing.
does not stop its stridulations. It towers above you, parting the reeds it emerged from. Tuft-like structures still rustle on its joints.
Okay, Kim, take the picture.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera.
And then it just fucking stabs me in the throat because it got startled by the picture.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
Immortalized. The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Fucking snap his neck!
Detective, it's moving.
Your
You
finger.
were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
We
The
got it.
shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Disengage
Something
slowly.
stirs in the insect as you begin to back off. It seems to also take a step back. Something tells you the next time you engage and disengage, it will probably flee. The arthropod follows you with its antennae. As you back off, the cracks and hisses of the tape that's come to its end grow more distant.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Okay, what are you saying?
What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Right there, can't you see it?
Nothing. Nothing is what he tried to say. There is nothing. Only the reeds for him. The reeds and devastation.
What is it? What do you want?
Okay. Oh, okay. I have to inspect it more.
Hissing and clicking, the arthropod extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you again. You're right below it, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. Its small eyes look at nothing in particular.
Hello, I'm here. I don't know. I know you don't know who I am.
Ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Look
You were
closely.
right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish.
It's foaming.
It may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts.
Oh. Uh-oh.
masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one.
What are you doing?
I exist.
What the fuck?
I exist
Tell me
too.
what it's like for you.
I'm ill.
It's your illness.
I've been saying that's how it is for me.
There isn't even a central nervous system in my head. Only mouth parts. We're eating white blood clots. Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images. A kind of darkness. Being intruded upon. Transient. Dim. Moist.
By what?
Shapes of plants and animals. And internal sensations. A swarm of sounds. Tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel. Weightless. So light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul. And if I did, it would never ache.
Fairly sensitive instrument.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you. With all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation, even when you're sleeping. And when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
It was disorienting at first, but I'm keeping my shit together.
It must be incredibly hard. The arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you.
Thanks, Queen.
And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
In honor
Thanks,
of
Queen.
your shit, Lieutenant Yfreter, which you kept together in the face of total unrelenting terror, day after day, second by second. Detective, arriving on the scene.
What's happening?
You're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
What are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash cans and boys. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
Oh, I thought that was all.
There is one more.
All the creatures I've met, you are the kindest.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
I will.
Middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah?
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
Bye, you magnificent creature.
Was that there the entire time?
Like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water, and something under it. In the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
Oh my god, the documents are gonna be in there.
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Fuck that guy. I want to see what's in the reeds. Oh. I fucking knew it. It fucking yoinked the documents. It was interested.
What is it? What do you want from me?
How did you not see the phasmid?
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking, like an addict of some terrible substance. A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What happened to
Old
him?
age and shock. The appearance of the phasmid, in conjunction with the stress of the arrest. He spent his entire life here. For him to live would be...
He stares
things in
into
the
the
nest.
reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
From the detached scope.
I lost.
Lost
He
him in the
turns
dross.
his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
I'll let you rest now.
Cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Oh, I can put my gun away. The fuck was that? I don't know if the bike picked that up. There's like a crack. I think something hit my window.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Ah,
This,
yes. So it seems.
yeah.
For bringing
for-
munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
From
Well.
enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Finish dock. Okay.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Mainland
Yes,
time.
We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet, but for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought in.
Mm-hmm.
Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen.
Yeah.
This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
There are the sunglasses.
That's right. And you're bleeding.
Where are you
Hello,
people?
I'm Trent Heidelstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
Oh.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heidelstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Precinct 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you,
It's good to
Lieutenant.
meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
Ari,
This is
we want
about-
to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets. Shit, kid. What an interesting moniker.
Where have you been all this time? There was mercenary tribunal.
Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
You let me raise this train killers alone to just teach me a lesson?
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
Would you leave not like that anymore?
You're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentance shit a million times over.
There's a task force?
Yeah. Major Crimes Unit. Under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Other than
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn major crimes unit. There's you, me, Jude, Tron fucking Heidelstown, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Guillaume Bevy.
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit.
Oh, is your question up to done, by the way? Okay.
Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
Is this big blonde with sunglasses?
There, he's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm G Bevy. It was going to be funny, but then you really did have brain damage. So not so much anymore.
He sincerely thought it was going to be amusing for both of you.
Damn. What do we do?
It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
The shit kid.
Shit kid? That's you.
Maybe you've deserved it.
Do you know I was
the
here?
Cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
I didn't fuck him over. No, let's see if betrays me.
He didn't betray you. He just told us the direction you went in. Who's Sylvie?
Hooked up Gart with.
Strange. He didn't mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look safe at all. There was a giant aerograffito in front of the building, mixed with blood. I don't know. It had shit kid written all over it. Drinking because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing...
I didn't drive that, that was Kim.
All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, Pal, and so on.
As displayed
Still don't know what the Pale is.
Our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
I'm a highly experimental detective. I said that it can be made as a defense mechanism.
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying, or insane, or both.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
I have?
A couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful. The two cases in your ledger. The unsolvable case and the Next World mural. Those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
Fuck, was it stolen? I forgot. Oh, I don't remember if it was. Fuck. I don't think it was stolen. I think I did that. I thought the killer was underwater. He wasn't. Tequila Sunset. I also jumped in the canal, by the way. It was you, okay. From an ocean when drunk.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Got my badge right here.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand. Not today, badge.
You get the badge?
You got it all right. You're showing it to him, victorious. They're seeing the badge.
Got the badge as well.
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements. What is it with all these material objects?
Here.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
Quick drink it forever, so I'm in the boring hell now.
I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then, huh?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
Maybe because of the pheromone.
Detective, please. Don't start talking about your pheromone again. This is serious. If you don't...
Yeah, sorry.
Bit of a week. You're drunk, and you let a suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Act of mercy.
Oh, well, if you let her go, I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who shot herself in the head, or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote, compared to the 8 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals. He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot, not once, but twice. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Yeah, where were you?
Don't make this harder for yourself.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Yofretor Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class. For a police officer, it's a little odd.
You should yell something.
Not a good idea.
Let's let the big boys talk.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him anything, and he doesn't stop.
Wow!
In all the time I've spent, he has not once stopped working on the case. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart.
Yeah, that's my boy! Up top!
Yeah, it was what it was.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the
Yeah,
wailing of the
we did that, by the way. Up top!
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
The killer did not seem to be aware of the phasmid's presence, exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia. He fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
I can't say what the perpetrator knew of its existence. Maybe it met Dayton somewhere over the years.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Lelianovich, a revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms: Prasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian, his Lilian's son, Lelianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
Killed the mercenary in act of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fascination. The result of spending all this time in solitude on the islands of this bay. And trauma too. He himself gave a political reason. In his mind, he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died. Right on the island. And 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that.
Look at Phasmid.
Perfect vaulting mechanism. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something. It will pass in time.
And then it was female. Reads her its
Female?
nest.
What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
It's interesting time. Forget about the rest.
There's the nest. I'll let a scope and a
Actually,
passport.
you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
Female
Must
then.
be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs.
It reproduces by
As
parthenogenesis.
in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Just a hunch.
Then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense. Yes.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it...
Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
Assassinated by our killer.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Evrard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first mention.
Also, dead man on the boardwalk, missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
The body
Yeah, I
was
found him.
transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
Confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I'm in. At this point, anything is but the drink.
Do you want to make this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are. The
Who I
man
am.
looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
I'm gonna like
It's
this.
not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
Dora Dubois.
Dubois? It was Dora Ingelund, I think. You've said her name, but you weren't married. You were engaged.
We weren't even
No
married.
one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
What is
God,
this?
I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
6
Yeah,
years.
Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Ingelund really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
And what
She
did
was
she do?
incredibly fuckable. A beautiful bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
My man is really trying to make the best of the worst situation.
The sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
My Jody Cobb working for La Puta Madre?
No.
You
You're
think?
too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad.
Nice. What kind of station
Us.
is it?
We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Thing we
God.
see is
There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
Torsen McLean.
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
They are damn iconic though, Torsen and McLean.
Iconic, do I take it?
Not like us. 2 clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage.
Price it.
So he
Oh, whoops.
remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Happened.
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast.
Prices.
Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
I work in the bloody murder station.
Okay. It's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershore. Faubourg, technically, but It's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
I need to learn about this ASAP.
Who is Lena?
Who does Law? She lives in Jamrock. She told me about this phasmid.
Well, good luck finding her once we get back.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. I'm sure we'll find them. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
What do you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
So many people died, but they were poor, so you'll hear about it in the press a day max. So true. This is the real world we live in right now.
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
They do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
I mean, investigate. Can work at Precinct 41.
Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. Am crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Hell yeah.
He's really considering it.
I'm ready.
Fuck it, let's go. Trump brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmair? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Hell yeah. What an end. Yeah. That was a good ride. I'm glad I didn't I'm glad I didn't save Scum, because I really wanted to see what would happen. Like, if I just didn't at all when I played this. I think I only did it one time. I forgot what it was. There was something that I went from a save. That was like a couple streams ago. Oh, I think I misinterpreted something that Titus, like one of the Titus checks. And then I was like, oh fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Now just don't tell them that the cool gloves I have on were from the dead guy. You failed the roll and simply didn't go back. What do you mean it didn't go back? Yeah, you're going to shot yourself in front of Titus? Oh, yeah! Yeah, I forgot about that. No, yeah, I see where I didn't. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, thanks for joining me on this whole fucking thing, Jack. Like, holy moly. That's I appreciate your guidance. Damn. Yeah, game good. I like game. It's kind of sad though, cause I fucking my ass wouldn't. I'm never going to play this again. Finally done with it after like 2 years. Nice. This is like, it's sad. It's melancholic because I'm never going to play this again because I'm going to know what happens, and that's like the whole point. Like for me, for this game is to find out what happens next. Too bad. Yeah, I kind of agree. Well, I'm glad. I'm also glad I looked into nothing regarding this game. I did not look into. I also almost 5-hour stream. Holy shit! I need to eat food. I looked into. I specifically like didn't look into anything, regarding the game. I've gone through it multiple times simply to get the best ending or get all the armor. Have you done? I didn't even know that you could. I didn't even like think about getting the rest of the armor. I know I have every second time you just skip the dialogue. Yeah. There are 4 pieces total. I think I found the fuck, where did I found the boots and I found the it's kind of bugged though, so it's a little hidden. Oh, well, I think I found the... Did I find 3? Oh shit. Piss. Huh? Gary the crypto fascist. Yeah, I can tell you over call fuck. I need to eat food. Holy shit. Yeah, I'll call you after this, after I've gotten my burrito. Sealang, fuck the world. Noid. His only role was Noid. I'm so... I mean, that's all he needed. He only needed the Noid. Gary the crypto fascist. Oh, these are like for all the different translations, I bet. I forget that that guy doesn't have a name. He's just racist lorry driver. Yes. I remember the fucking... I loved the voice actor from Measurehead. Too bad he plays a fucking racist, like an ultra racist. He has a very nice voice. Whew. Disco Waldo. I honestly thought that the credits would be a little less long. I don't want to skip it though. I feel bad when I skip the credits. I can't even skip the credits. Well, credits it is. But yeah, I need a fucking. I've been craving a. I got a burrito earlier. I've been craving that shit for the past like 2 hours. I have been yearning for the Chipotle burrito that has been in my refrigerator. I'm apologizing to my dear mother for shooing her away. Cultural adaptation. What does that entail? Now, this game's been everywhere. Trying to catch up with all the shit. Announcement. Oh, it's an announcement on it that I don't give a single shit about. Hell yeah. I'm trying to... Do I just have to Alt F4? Like, this is all localization shit. I do not... Oh, it's at the end. It's at the end. It's at the end. Dyslexic text? Oh no, wait, Ziggy the dog? 372 Casper.
Trailer farm.
Unity. They would not be. If they wrote that in recent times, they would not be having that in the fucking thank you.
What? No after credits cameo? What the fuck is this game?
Okay. That's the stream. That's the almost 5 hour long stream. 4 hours. Holy shit. Okay. I'm gonna send you to Arya. She's always streaming. She's always streaming when, like, after I'm done streaming. Okay. I'm gonna send you to Arya. Bye, bitches. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 3 seconds. Okay.